Hello, Caritam. Hello, everybody. Hello, on your site. SuperHTML, first time heard of it. New template engine. More specifically, I'm looking at the language server. It's a language server that gives you syntax errors, and I want to make it better for HTML. Okay, sorry. Just checking some stuff and then we can start. Okay, let me go get some tea and then we can start. Okay. So, what is the plan? I mean, I've already down, so you can see it here. But I haven't touched SuperHTML in a while. And yesterday, we were doing stuff with Johnny. We tried to build it for Windows and discovered that latest changes from Zig made it broke the build for Windows. and and I was surprised to not see that reflected in CI, and that's because our CI didn't have Windows builds. So I added that as well. And so the answer is that we need to do this. And also known folders needs to do this. Actually, let's take a look at what known folders is doing. I didn't check their build. Holy shit, they do this. Huh. Huh. So why are we not inheriting this? It is really surprising. What are these commits? Yeah, these commits are well older. So we have all these commits. Oh, what's going on? There's a release for Zig 0.7. Oh god. Wait, what? Wait, why was that even a release? What does that even mean? Oh. Okay. So curious. I'm gonna ask about this later today. In any case, so here's what we want to do. Right now, SuperHTML only prints errors when there's detected errors in HTML. We need to do better than this. Also, we hello to Teufel. Right now, when we print error messages, we even just use the enum tag. You'll probably do a little bit better than this. So let's go do that. We could do a thing where we do like error code and then dash or something. So we also maybe the LSP protocol has some fancy way of expressing errors. So let's take a look at this stuff. On one hand, I would like to use Helix because it's easy. On the other hand, I would like to use VS Code because that's where the more serious LSP stuff is going on. The problem at the same time is that for VS Code, like there's more work to do because VS Code sucks. I think I'm gonna use Helix to test this stuff. Okay, let me close some tabs. And by some tabs, I mean, let me close all other tabs. Yeah, just close them. It's fine. There we go. New version of Ghosty available. Does it have progress bars on macOS? No, show me everything that you have here. GTKNG, 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 fixed shell syntax for SSHM shell integration, GTKNG, bash stuff, internationalization stuff, fix revision date, color schemes, address feedback. There's a lot of work happening in, I think, in Linux stuff. I'm assuming that GTKNG is Linux stuff. So nah. None of this is for me. Skip. No. macOS, stop trying to be useful and clever. You're neither. Okay. Let's see. Going to HTML. Git pull. Git status. Okay, we're good. These files. We don't have trash in here. We have we have a release directory. Oh, you know what we don't have here? The new release system. On top of everything, we don't have the new release system. So we should also port our fancy release stuff from Zine to here so that we can do also fancy SuperHTML releases here. Then, hello, Add Soda. So we should definitely do that, but that should not be the first thing that we do. Let's take a look at the LSP like actual like performance stuff. So I'm gonna do hx test.html, and we're gonna do some stuff in here. What are you working on? A language server that gives you errors when you write wrong HTML. Look at this. I'm closing a tag that was not open, and I get an error. I made this. It's called SuperHTML. You can also have it in VS Code if you want. Okay, I would say in order. So there's, you know what? I'm gonna add another line. We're gonna overflow, but it's fine. And I'm gonna say that maybe we should start with better error names. We should have proper error names, I think, not just tags. Although, you know what? Let's start by adding suggestions. We never did this, and I think we should try to make it work. So here's the idea. You open a diamond bracket, and the idea is, okay, you opened it. Let's suggest you what to put there. So let's do this. How does this work? We need to go into LSP. We need to take a look at how we do the initialization, because I believe that in the initialization, we also provide which characters we want to trigger auto-completion on. I think this was the thing that you did specify. So let's see if we can find it anywhere. Let's see. Buffer, LSP, operational LSP started. Transport stdio, handler, basic server. Initialize. I think it's here. I think it's some other setting that we are just not providing. For example, test document sync, document formatting provider. So we do provide formatting. We have change set to full because I believe we encountered bugs with this set to incremental. What else can we provide? Position encoding. Notebook document sync defines how notebook documents are synced. The fuck is a notebook? Completion provider. There we go. The server provides completion support. Let's do this. What do you put in there? There we go. Most tools trigger completion requests automatically without explicitly requesting it using a keyboard shortcut. Typically, they do so when the user starts to type an identifier. For example, if the user types C in a JavaScript file, it will complete automatically with console. Characters that make up identifiers don't need to be listed here. If your complete should automatically be triggered on characters not being valid inside an identifier, for example, dot in JavaScript. Also, how the fuck does this thing know what's an identifier or not? Well, in any case, so in trigger characters, we want greater than, sorry, lower than. Trigger characters. And we want it on this, I think. And I think also on this. When you're closing. Let's see. The list of all possible characters that commit completion. This field can be used if clients don't support individual commit characters per completion item, see blah, blah, blah. If a server provides both allow commit characters and commit characters on an individual completion item, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what this thing is saying. Resolve provider. The server provides support to resolve additional information for a completion item. The server provides support to resolve additional information for a completion item. I guess it means that it supports not only passing down the auto-completion string, but also more information about it. The server supports the following completion item specific capabilities. The server has support for completion item label details. Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about. I have no idea what that is though. That's the thing where you can expand a completion option to show docs and type details. So wait, but isn't it this? You're talking about this, right? Do you need this to do this? Like, what is the relationship between these two things? Work done progress uses mixin work done progress options. Is that like progress notifications? I don't think we need progress notifications for providing a completion. I guess for now we can do this and see where this leads us, and then come back later and add stuff later on. Okay, so it's completion provider, which means that we will be called when actually when never. We're missing some thingies, I think. Will I get some? Will I get a compiler error by changing this? Result provider is a separate request that can lazily resolve certain information about completion items. Okay. I still don't understand what it's supposed, like what it does in practice, but cool. Okay, let's start to build and see if I get a build error. Now I'm curious. Because I don't think I have the callback set. So let's see what happens. Expected type conjugate found com time int. Oh. These need to be strings. So we're building, but we are not providing the callback. So, well, that's a problem. Let's go to basic server. No, no. No, 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 no. Yes, we're missing text document in completion. That's the thing. Okay. Maybe there's a better place for this guy. Did change, did close formatting. I guess we can put it under below formatting. Okay, the notification is probably different than this, right? Did open text document params completion text document params. No, huh? I was hoping though. Completion item kind, completion item tag. Completion params. There we go. The completion context. This is only available if the client specifies to send this by using the client capability completion context support equals true. The heck is the completion context? Contains additional information about the context in which a completion request is triggered. How the completion was triggered. Trigger kind. Invoked. Trigger character. Trigger for incomplete completions. Trigger character. Okay. Text document. Extends text document position params. Position. Work done token uses mixin, an optional token that a server can use to report work done in progress. Partial result token. Okay, completion item is what we have to put in the reply in the return. What do we? How do we do with the return? How does this stuff work? So this returns stuff. So Techatrix, what would be the correct way for me to learn? Oh, never mind. I just figured it out, I guess. Maybe. I guess I need to go to definition on one of these guys. Oh, no, never mind. What I was asking is where can I learn what the signature of my things should be? Do I just look at ZLS? Oh no, you know what? Wait, no. I can look at my own stuff. Yeah. No, what am I doing? Not seen. There we go. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. We are grabbing the file, we're grabbing the offset, and then logic. Okay, so I think I can even copy this, or at least in good part. Well, how do we get a file in here? Do. Text document URI. Completion failed. Unknown file request. Invalid params. Okay. Okay, so let's think about what we need to do now. Auto completion that we suggest is going to be different depending on the document type. I guess for now we can just say, let's assume that it's the normal HTML. Let's think about the rest later. So for normal HTML, what are the possible suggestions? And that is unfortunate because the answer is that it depends, I guess. For example, how did we do this other stuff? We grab the file, make a buffer for it. Well, I guess this is applying content changes, new text, and then we do logic load file. Right, but this is not doing things. Formatting is the one doing things. So we get the document. Oh, you know what? I was copying the wrong code. I should be copying this. That's what I should be doing. Let's see. Grab the doc. If the doc contains HTML errors, do nothing. That's what we were doing before. Now we do want to keep doing stuff. Grab the doc. Grab the heck is it that we are doing? Start is 0 and is index to position of the end. No. Okay, never mind. Here we're doing other stuff. Okay, I think this is as far as the old code gets us. So what we need to do is know where we are in the document with the cursor. Look at what is to the left of the cursor. And there are two main cases that we want to worry about, right? One case is you're doing this. You're about to do div, for example. Another one is that you are opening but to close something. So you have just opened, but your intent is to close. So in here, and notice that in both cases, it's more like this, right? If you look at it like as a timeline, in both cases you have just opened something, but just looking at to the left, we don't know which one of these two cases is. So I guess the idea is that in this case we want to suggest, and so, well, long story short, we need to look at the context. Basically, when we're opening, we have an OpenHTML file in here. So when we are opening, let's say that we are in a div. Also, where did my LSP go? Language server exited. Why? What happened? I broke it somehow. How did I break it? Wait, how did I break it? I mean, the code is wrong, but there's a build SuperHTML. Why is it exiting? Immediately. What happened? Oh, you know what? Maybe I built successfully at some point. Oh, you know what? Maybe ZLS built for me successfully at some point before I introduced the callback, and then it crashes because the callback is not provided or something like this, like a runtime. Maybe this is what's happening. Or maybe not. Or maybe yes, but it doesn't happen right away. Can we do this? Oh, here. Oh, this is where the editor where it was working. Okay, you know what? I'll keep using this editor here where it works. So the idea is this. The idea is this. Let's say that we're in a div. We're inside here. And we do this. How do we know that we're trying to open a tag? And the answer is because if we were trying to close a tag, we would have a missing end tag above us. Also, let's, for simplicity, for now, use different tags. Although the case where the tags are the same and nested is actually relevant, so we should think that through as well. But so we have a missing end tag above us. So I guess if we have a missing end tag above us, that's what we suggest. With a slash, so we suggest /p. And if we don't, then we suggest opening tags. That can be nested where we are right now. This seems a good plan. So let's follow it. Okay, we need to call logic, I think, stuff one way or another. How are we doing here with formatting? We call doc HTML render. Okay, so we should be able to do. Okay, rendering is a HTML thing. So SuperHTML does not participate in rendering decisions. So this is why we dispatch immediately to the HTML AST. In here, it's not exactly the same. We kind of need something else. We need something that can do this stuff in a different manner, I think. Although no. I'm saying something wrong. No, it's HTML, the parser /AST that can do all of this, I think. Yeah. Because the HTML AST knows what type format, which thingy, which file format we are parsing. Okay, so basically we can do this. Something like completions. We don't know yet what those are going to look like, but are the result of doing try doc.html dot completions. He asks for completions. Where? At this position. What's this position? Line character. Bro, you and your fucking line and character. Can I have a byte offset? Of course I can't. Why would I even want it, right? I think that Ziggy had to deal with this shit. Yeah, there we go. So completions at this offset. Oh wait, offset from position was implemented by me? Jesus. Oh, it does? Oh, let's go. Thank you. Oh man, awesome. Thank you. Okay. Cool. Okay, completions. Yeah, this document, this thing, these completions. What should the completions be? Let me think about it for a moment. What should the completions be? I think that you know, whatever, fuck it. Let's start implementing it. So what is it that we return? We return a slice of the GPA. A slice of completions. Do we do the LSP? Do we inherit the LSP stuff? No, we don't want to pollute ourselves with LSP crap. So it's just gonna be a slice of strings for now. I don't have allocator. Okay. So we are going to be So we need to navigate the tree until we find the deepest node that we are inside of. It's the same exact problem that we had in Ziggy, because in Ziggy we'll have like nodes that are like above that we will be inside of, but that's not good enough. You need to go deeper into the into the AST until you find the smallest node that encompasses the current position. Ziggy had the same problem. By the way, while we're doing this, here, let's also do this. Position to index. Okay, completions. Yeah, let's look at what Ziggy does. So for completion, Ziggy completion, ast.completions for offset. There you go. Offset blah blah for AST suggestions. Oh, we have a pre-computed list of suggestions. We don't actually navigate anything. Oh, right. That actually makes a lot of sense. Why are we doing this? Because we actually don't need to navigate the thing after the fact. We can compute these completions actually eagerly as we parse the tree. We compute all the necessary completions, and then we just find them in a list, basically. We just scan them. We could even do like binary search if we wanted to. Huh. That is an interesting move. So this is how we were doing it with Ziggy. Why are we doing it this way? Because at least right now, we don't really have a reason to compute these things on demand, because right now we are only designing these completions to show up exclusively if you are at a given precise position. And the given precise position is immediately after a opened diamond bracket. And you know what's funny is that this completion is actually tied to the error. It's the error. But there is an involvement from the parser, because it's the parser that needs to distinguish between opening tag case and closing tag case. So what should we do? Let's continue this approach. So the idea is, whenever we create an AST error, the error can also optionally contain a list of suggestions. Although these also don't really need to be. Do they need to be? Do they need to be dynamic in any shape or form? I don't think they even need to be dynamic. I think they could even just be like a pack struct with zeros and ones for every possible tag. How many tags do we have in HTML? I don't think we have even that many. Although, wait a second. Although the question is, do we support custom tags or not? Because somebody could have put a custom tag somewhere, and depending on whether we expect to support custom named tags or not, that does make a difference. I think that by default we should only allow normal named tags. And so I guess the idea is that when we're opening a tag, we have the entire list of tags in a packed struct. We set every single bit to 1. If we are in a context where some things should not be okay, then we can flip them to 0. And then we basically just filter them in at the LSP level, and when we prepare like a reply. And we can make like fancy LSP objects for each one of those fields. That also works. That also works. And then if there is a missing tag, oh, and then we have maybe another bit somewhere, maybe even in the pack struct that says whether we are like this is like a opening or closing suggestions. And actually, to be fair, look at this case. So we were saying that if there's a open div in here, then we would want to suggest a close div. Yes, we want to suggest a close div, but also we want to suggest opening a bunch of other stuff, like because you might want to do this. Like it's legitimate for you to want to open another p tag inside a div, so you're nesting stuff. So it means that when we're suggesting closing tags, we're suggesting one closing tag at the very top. And then down below, we're suggesting all the possible opening tags that are compatible with what we're doing. So yeah, and that's always the case. Because we don't know if you're nesting further. Unless you're in a situation where you somehow cannot nest any further, which I don't think it's actually possible. But yeah. Okay, this I'm starting to understand the problem space now. And I think I need more tea. Okay, I'm gonna need a list of valid tags. So this is gonna be the order. We do this. I think we basically need to change our priorities a little bit because these tasks, to actually complete it correctly, we need to also do this first. We need to recognize element nesting errors and or in any case, we need to have a knowledge of element nesting rules. And then we need valid element tags. We need a list of all valid element tags. Okay, if anybody who is super hyped on the HTML spec in chat wants to try and fetch the list of correct tags for HTML element tags, I am definitely looking forward to that. Otherwise, I don't know. I'm gonna read myself when I come back. I'll be right back. Just grabbing some tea. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Reference elements. Thank you. Oh man, this is not easily copy pasteable. That's a problem. That sucks. Let's try to see. Okay, before we use this, let's see if the. I guess there's the sidebar. Can I copy from the sidebar? Oh. Let's go. Copy. Thank you. It worked. There's no way that the MDN is going to be out of sync with the actual spec, right? It's impossible. There's no way that could happen, right? Jokes aside, this is actually not how you would want to do it, because you always want to go to the original source. But you know, it's HTML, whatever. If somebody will complain if I got it wrong. Okay, so we pause this for now. We can do this. Okay, we leave a panic and a to do. We silence build errors because we're gonna need to be able to build this thing. And then we go to HTML AST and we add some more knowledge. So let's see. Here's what we have so far. We have RC data names, row text names, unsupported names. So these are the tags that we don't support and that we complain about. Yeah. Tag name map. Oh, it's just a set. Static string map with equal. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So tag name map. It's this type. And I guess we make one for, oh, right. And this is the ones that we're creating. So unsupported names, I guess, is the most important one. And then we want to make a like valid HTML tag thing. So okay, there's ones that have deprecated in them. We take them out. Selected content is experimental. God damn it. Okay. Okay, what is the syntax? You know what? I'm gonna copy this down here just so that we can stare at it. And oops, and it turns out that no, we can't. No, I think it's a void. It's just a void element. Well, let's see. Yeah, that's actually how it was supposed to be. There you go. You should exclude experimental since it might be removed. We'll cross that bridge, I guess, when but somebody might want to try it out. I think it's better to keep it than to remove it. So how many are these guys? Oh shit, it's a lot. We can't make we cannot simply make a a packstruct out of it. Actually, no, I think we can. It's not of bits, but we totally can make a packstruct out of it. I prefer typing void directly in Zig since empty brace is easily confused with default int. But I don't think you can. Unless something changed recently and somebody got a little bit too clever, in my opinion, with type coercion. Curly braces are not the same as void. Void is the void type. This is a value of type void. The only value that can have type void. So I don't think you can use them interchangeably. If you can, it's a recent thing, and it's weird. But we can test it out. Okay, so we have a complete map of this stuff. I think we should make a void with curlies. That's still possible. I don't think you can, because I might be wrong, but I don't think you can, because curly brace initialization syntax is only allowed for container types. Well, not even all container types. It's only allowed for unions and structs, and I guess arrays. But like you can't use curlies. You can't do this. That doesn't work. Okay, now here's my problem. It works for void. Let's see. Expected type void, found type. Sorry, friend, that's not a thing. Oh, sorry. With the curlies, okay. It does work. Cool. I didn't know you could do that. Interesting. MLAG has a proposal to remove this. Nice. So here's the question now. Okay, why do we have a comp time map? We have a comp time map so that we can test a given string for being part of this set or not. And very quickly. Then we have the second problem, which is that we want somehow to test. We want a non-allocating way of expressing a set of these things, and we need a struct for it. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking whether we should like copy paste this stuff 2 times, or maybe I should make a packed struct out of this. And then secondly, we make the tag name map out of the packed struct using comp time. I'm thinking that maybe we should do that. So I should undo some of the transformations that I did here and instead make those a packed struct. Alternatively, we could copy paste the same thing twice. The problem then is that you have two things that have to be kept in sync. But you save yourself some time at comp time. Like comp time has to do less work. Hmm. Huh. Huh. I think we want the pack struct type, and then we go from there. What about putting all names in an enum and then use enum set? Enum set is allocating, isn't it? My point is that I don't want to allocate to communicate in completions which of these things can be auto-completed or not. That's basically the thing. I just don't want to allocate. Which, to be fair, we could allocate. I don't feel like this is the end of the world, but it's not allocating. It's a bit set. Oh, is it? Wait. So am I reinventing a fucking enum set then? Let me double check this. A little bit of elements backed by a bit field. What? What do you know? I was reinventing a enum set. Is the enum is exhaustive and but not dense? A mapping will be constructed. Yeah, let's fucking go. Thank you. So instead of so we can enum then instead. Const valid tags equals enum. Let's forget this about this for a moment. Enum field missing name. Huh? Huh? I just joined. If you build it for them, does SuperHTML not support custom HTML? Oh, without the dot. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Does it not support custom elements? So I'm gonna implement it in two phases. I'm going to default by not supporting custom elements, and then what I will do afterwards is add support for custom elements in a runtimey allocating way. But I want the non-custom version of this to be non-allocating. Okay, so we have valid tags as an enum. Cool. I think we should still make one of these guys. Enum map. There's no enum map. Well, at least not in there. There's an enum array. Oh, there's an enum map. What do you know? What's an enum map? A map keyed by an enum backed by a bit field and a dense array. If the enum is exhaustive but not dense, a mapping will be constructed. Okay. Honestly, this stuff seems a lot more useful than a static string map with equal. Oh, except for one actually non-unimportant reason, the case insensitiveness. That is kind of important. Almost forgot about it. Does by any chance map support case insensitiveness? I would expect it not to. Init values in field struct. Init full with init full with default. Okay. Let's make a tag name map for this guy. Can we make it one off of an init com time? Let's see. Returns there. But I guess second must be either a list of struct wait value key value per tuples or a list of struct only keys if v is void. Oh. Handles kv list the same way as init comp time. But okay. So this should work, I think. Can even take this out. Okay. So valid element tags. Let's do that. Where do we do valid element tags? Um, when we are stack tag iterator, no printer, blah, blah, blah. There you go. Init, append root. Tokenizer.next. Let's see. Switch T. Tag name and attribute are impossible. Interesting. I guess this is mutation that we apply. We decide what's what. Or no, you know what? It's in this context that it can, because the tokenizer can be used in different ways. Now I remember. There we go. We got a tag. If it's the start of a tag and an end self. Okay, let's see. If it's the start of a tag, let's see. Look at the tag.kind, and if it starts self, then we complain that it can't self-close. If the language is not XML. Okay. So this is us complaining about stuff and then obtaining the node kind, which is going to be either element self-closing, element void, or element. Oh, also, fuck. We need to remember which of these things, like rules about these things. Is this a void tag? Is this a... Oh, we're answering this here. Is void. The tokenizer knows if a tag is void because it has a list of void tag elements. And it knows also the super ones. Okay. And knowing if this thing is void or not is important because it's what allows us to provide better auto-completion, I believe. Maybe. Well, I guess we'll get there once we get there. Okay, so now we know the node kind. I guess the next question is we have the name, and then we do equal ignore case with SVG. And with SVG level +1. I guess we also want to check if it's one of our valid tags. Okay, so let's say that when you do init, you give me the language. What's language? It's an enum. Okay, yeah, let's do this by default in HTML and SuperHTML. So if it's different, if you're not in XML, we do this. So if valid HTML tags does not contain name, we need to append a new error. How do we append errors? Like this. And this one is going to be invalid HTML tag name. There we go. We need to also enable SuperHTML tags in SuperHTML mode. So we need to do it like this. I guess it's more, let's do a switch, I guess. Actually, can it be a switch? Because we need a or condition somewhere. I don't think the switch is going to help us much. If it's in the HTML, we do this. I guess it has, the condition has to be like this. If it's not a valid HTML and we are in language equals .shtml and it's not, no, it's not and. I'm having trouble with basic conditions. Give me a second. So is, if it's not in there, I wish I could flip this condition around. It really fucking sucks that it doesn't work. If it's invalid HTML, and then so we're gonna need to do the same for SHTML. Okay, see what we can make of this. So if it's invalid HTML, and if it's invalid in both, but the second case should be true, should short circuit true if the language is not SHTML. I'm brain farting hard right now. So if it's invalid HTML and it's invalid SHTML, but we only check invalid SHTML if we are in if SHTML is present. So wait. God damn it. I think it's yeah. So if it's invalid HTML or the language is SHTML and it is invalid SHTML, this is still not correct though. Because if it is valid HTML in this context, you know what? Let me express. You know what? I'll express this in the other sense because this is driving me nuts. Let's express it. Let's express it as a shortcut because this is as a like an early exit from this if, because this is driving me absolutely nuts. Like expressing it in this sense. So here's what we do: if is valid HTML or valid super HTML, then we bail early. So here's how it goes: if valid HTML or language is .html and valid SHTML, we break to VLK. There you go. Otherwise, we are around. um like trying to write this condition um i- in the negative was driving me insane. Okay, we don't have valid HTML tags. Yeah, let's make them. Oh, let's extend. There we go. Is HTML a super or a subset of HTML? It's a superset. Okay. So if we get it here, then we want to say, let's see, append tag. Main location is going to be tag name. Yes. Tag AST invalid HTML tag name. Okay. And we put it there. Okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. So next is going to be printing these errors. Expected colon. Oh, const. Let's see what the errors are. Okay, we have completions that is a bit empty. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think we have build errors to fix. Expected arguments found one. LSP 249. Yeah, of course. Expected arguments found one. Position to index. Text. Fair. Doc.source. Yeah. Encoding. Oh god, where is this stuff specified? Offset encoding. We have it in self. Okay. Set type U32 found U size. Yeah. Expected error union type. Constitute. Man. There we go. AST 67. That's a problem. Oh. Invalid operands to binary expression, pointer and pointer. Um, Wait, how do you make this work? I can't append to a slice. List equals list plus plus, but oh right, because plus equal is not plus plus. Yeah, let's see what else is the problem. Expected indexable found pointer to construct. And that's going to complain. It's going to complain about the type item, I guess. Nothing contains in static string. Has. Okay, we built. So we should have added this behavior. Okay, we have that. So we have this. Actually, this is something we could very well commit as is. Okay, so we have that. Now, what if we want to support custom names? How do you support custom names? I guess that needs to be a CLI flag that you pass around and slash or a LSP setting. I have never done LSP settings, so I don't know how those work. And I guess based on these things, you decide if you want to support custom elements or not. Should we add a CLI for this? Alex, hello, Christopher Multi. So, what should we do? Hmm. I mean, I think it's fine. It shouldn't. You know what? Let's commit, and then let's make some changes. So, I guess we can turn this off. Each language is different than XML or and. I guess we taking another input like strict strict tag names. Will a CLI be easier than a config file? Um, Here's the problem. They both, in practice, solve roughly the same situation in this sense. Well, not maybe not entirely, but my point is this. Let's say that I make this only a CLI option. Then when you set up your LSP in your editor, you can decide if you want to add that flag or not. And that will change the behavior of your LSP, but it will do so globally. And so if you want only one project to work in a given way, then it has to be something that you can change at runtime. And so that's why I was looking into LSP options. So, and so far there is no config file for SuperHTML. And honestly, I am not planning to add in one. I'm not 100% sure that we should never have a config file, but we would need a extremely compelling reason to have one. I don't want to have one. Okay, so let's add this option here, strict tag names. When true, only official HTML tag names will be allowed. The custom valid tag names would change while the HTML server is watching the file, right? Say while designing a new component, you need to pipe the added remove tag names at runtime. No, I don't plan to support that. It's either you have the strict checking or you don't. I don't want to give people the ability to say, here's my list of custom tags. Please add them. Keep the strict checking, but also include these ones. I don't want to do that. So I'm only going to complain if it's about invalid tag names. With the strictness turned on. But you should be able to toggle this behavior on and off in the LSP based on which file you're looking at. Okay, we had this. Then we go to CLI. And in the CLI, so for, I guess, all of these guys, for pretty much all of these guys, we would want to support a flag to change the default behavior. And then LSP has a runtime override. That's the idea, I think. General options. No strict tags. Okay. And then we we need to add it to pretty much um, every one of these guys. Although maybe this does not belong here after all. Then, although you know what, listing it here is probably not a bad idea. Okay, one at a time. Let's go to check. Go to the end. Okay. Command contains mode and then strict. I think we need to also progress this thing, don't we? Because this is advancing one byte at a time, and I'm missing something. Where's the part where we? Oh, here we exit. Here we exit. Here we exit, and if equals std in super. I mean, this is all well and good. Oh wait, we're looking at one argument at a time. Okay, I'm dumb. It's not one byte at a time. It's one argument at a time. I like it made no sense otherwise. Okay, so we do this and then we continue basically. There you go. interface, where I need to do the same thing. So here we do this. So perfect. Then what else is there? Check interface FMT LSP. Hmm. Okay. We need to actually do the thingy in FMT. Do-do-do-do-doom. No. Mouse with tags. Let's remove this thing. Okay. Right. LSP doesn't have a flag. LSP doesn't have any argument parsing. This is interesting. Okay, let's always start in strict mode for the LSP then. Let's see what happens. Okay, so do we build? Is everything else fine? Of course we don't. Right, because we invoke SuperHTML AST in all of these guys. Uh, init, atomic file init. There we go. SuperHTML AST. And then strictness. Strict. FMT super. Oh. Okay, who calls these guys? Strict. Is it CMD? Dot strict, I guess. Yeah. Okay. And check. Okay. We have check. We have. Did I do interface? No. Okay, let's see how we're doing now. CLI interface. Okay. Except for arguments from 3 FNT 135. Format file doesn't have strict. Okay. Document. Let's see. So the LSP. Now, how do we do this? Hmm. Yeah, I guess we pass it in. And that's it. And then reparse should also take in strict. Document did change. Load file. Okay. Oh, we already passed self, so we can do like something like this. We do self dot strict in there. And then I guess we need to understand how to have like option toggling and stuff. So load file and then did change. We still call load file. It's a hack while we wait for actual incremental reloads. Okay. um. Okay. So we should have wired everything in. Let's see. Right. Well, except the actual everything else. Sorry, the actual LSP option stuff. So how does this work? We make an instance of these dot strict was true for now. Then I guess that when we talk about capabilities, um, text document sync notebook, definition help provider, declaration provider, definition provider. Wait, what are these things? The server provides go-to declaration support. Okay. Type definition provider, implementation provider, references, document symbol provider, code action provider. The server provides code actions. Code action options may only be specified if the client states that it supports blah 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 in its initialize request. Code lens provider. The server provides code lens. Document link support. The fuck is document link? Result provider worked on progress. Document links have a result provider as well. Huh? Caller provider. Oh, I guess this is okay. So what this is saying is that you can emit information about something being color, and you can make that show up as color in the editor when something is color. And then I guess this is saying you can make things that are links show up as links in the editor if you say that something is a link. Rename, folding, selection range, execute command provider. The server provides execute command support. Call hierarchy provider. The server provides call hierarchy support. That's another thing that we should implement. I guess this is like div, that kind of stuff. Jesus. Semantic tokens, Monicare. The server provides Monicare support. The fuck is Monicare? Type hierarchy, inline value provider, inlay hint, diagnostics provider. For pool model diagnostics. Inline completion provider. Oh, is it this like space D? Well, I don't get it. Workspace and then experimental. So I guess what we could do. You know what? For now, we keep it through, and then we decide how to do it later. Let's see if we build. Okay, we do. So with this, we have added strictness support. The only thing that I don't like is that in LSP, we have added this completion provider stuff, which I think it should be, since we're not doing it for now, we should comment this out. Let's commit this way. Should it just be no strict? Let's keep it no strict tags for now. Okay, yeah, use no strict tags to disable this class of errors. It is not currently. I should have a way for disabling these things at the LSP level, though. You know what? Maybe I should have the LSP default to false for now. Um, it's fine. We're not going to make a release until we get to a good point. So it's fine. So use non-strict tags to disable this class of errors. Okay. So this is good. So we complain about not valid element tags. Now, here's what we should do. Code action. Code action. Fix tag name. How do we fix a tag name? Also, you know what? Here's another thing that I noticed. Oh, wait, I forgot to put this somewhere because if we change this to div, then this is going to be an erroneous end tag. But if it matches, do we want the same error in both places? Do we want the same error in both places? It's fine for now. Okay, let's do code actions and let's try to fix this damn name. So how do we do code action? I guess it's code action provider. So it's going to be, it's a union bool code action options. What are these options? Code action kinds. Code action kinds that the server may return. The list of these kinds may be generic, such as code action.refactor, or the server may list out every specific kind they provide. Empty, quick fix, refactor, refactor extract, refactor inline, rewrite, source, source gonna need source fix all. Can I just say true and call it a day? I'm just gonna do true and call it a day and see what happens. Oh, it's also bool dot bool equals true. Delightful. Okay. So well, now we have to do the code action stuff, which I have never implemented myself, I think. Yeah, we don't support any action in Ziggy. I guess we have to take a look at we should take a look at ZLS. There we go. I think this is kind of it. Uh, Actually, I have no idea. Text document completion. I don't think this is going to be it. Code action. I don't know. Code action params. So this is the document. This is the position that we're at. Code action context. I guess do we always get that? Apparently, it's always available. What is this? An array of diagnostics known on the client side overlapping the range provided to the text document code action request. They are provided. You must be joking. These people are not okay. What the fuck is with this protocol? There is no guarantee that these accurately reflect the error state of the resource. Only, what does only mean? Requested kind of action to return. Actions not of this kind are filtered out by the client before being shown. Hello, nerdus. So servers can omit computing them. Okay, I don't know. Partial result token, work done token. Uh, okay, so what do we know? What we know is that we're being asked to do a code action at a given offset. So we're gonna look into our list of errors. We're gonna ignore whatever the LSP tries to say to us because it's gonna be ass. And what we're gonna do is look if we have an error on that line, and we switch on the error, and we provide a suggestion based on the error. So we, for example, so for now, here's what we do: we find invalid tag name, and then we do a fuzzy search. Maybe we do a fuzzy search for, I don't know, known tag names or something like that, and then we provide a suggestion, for example, for fixing it. Okay. So this part is going to be the same. And then I guess we do this. Errors is going to be doc.html.errors. Actually, we can immediately do for. Okay, what's in an error? We have a main location, which is a span. What's a span? Start and end. Okay. Um, if error dot tag is AST. Oh, I don't think I can do this. Um, Also, we should do this. Now we do this. Hello, Danik. Okay, so actually, let's do it like this. If it's not AST or AST is not tag name, then we continue. Less nesting. Okay, and then what do we do in here? Is there a reason why the functions use the row identifier syntax? Yes, because they have shitty names. They have names that match the LSP spec, where the LSP says there's going to be this kind of thing that has a slash in the middle of the name. And Zig identifiers can't have slashes in the middle of their names. So you have to, well, normal ones can't. So you have to use this syntax. Why? And then you might ask, wait, then why is this like this? And the answer is that because the LSP protocol bindings are auto-generated from the docs, well, from the LSP spec. And so ZLS, well, not exactly ZLS, but the LSP kit maintained by Tecatrix then expects to find a name that matches the corresponding entry in the spec, in the LSP spec. So we have an interesting type of error, and then we say if error dot main, well, const span equals error dot main location. We say if span dot start is lower or equal than offset, and span dot end is greater or equal than offset, then I think actually this equal sign here might not be desirable. Then okay, this is a candidate for this suggestion. So now it means that we are at a location where the span identifies a bad name. So we need to turn it into a good name. And then we have to propose the code. Oh, wait, are we proposing the code action? And then how do we know? Wait a second. How do we know what the reply is? Oh, God. We need to look at the freaking spec. I was hoping not to have to look at the LSP spec. But we have, or at least docs something, but I guess we have to do some of that. Overview. Bro, specification. I want the docs. Bro, please. Language server protocol. Document synchronization. Language features. I think, yeah, I think this is where we want to go. Code action, code action, code action, code action. Request an array of, the result of a code action request is an array of command literals, which are typically presented in the user interface. There we go. So we want to create a bunch of commands. Title, identifier, and arguments that the command handler should be invoked with. Oh, so we can basically, we can actually give the editor literally just, please replace this. Okay. But this is, so this means that I copied the wrong thing because this is a code action handler. I think this is not returning commands, is it? No, it is. Arena unlock meta child result builder actions len. Oh God. Builder generate code actions in range. Okay. SP command, code action command. Oh, it can contain text edits. Yo, thank you. That is pretty good. That is pretty good. So, Techatrix, am I correct in thinking that this is like a generic way of saying, please give me the result type for this type of thing? But also, you can also do that explicitly by if you know what the name is, which I don't know what it is. Okay, types command. But you said that it doesn't have to be this. Wait, how do you make it work then? Can you tell me what I can do that isn't a command? Because thank you. Because I was looking at here and it was saying, represent user interface to ensure that the server is useful as many clients is useful in many clients. The commands specified in a code actions should be handled by the server and not by the client. If the client supports providing edits with a code action, then that mode should be used. You write it yourself. Sometimes it's a bit annoying since the type doesn't have a name that you can easily reference. Okay, thank you. But then, let's see. Since version 1.3.16, a client can offer a server to delay the computation of code action properties using a text document code action request. This is useful in cases where it's expensive to compute the value of a property. For example, the edit property. Clients signal this through resolve support capability, which lists all properties client can resolve lazily. The server capability signals that a server will offer a code action resolve route. Okay. Clients need to announce their support for code action literals of type code action, and code action kinds via the corresponding client capability. Client capability, code action, property, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't think this is what I care about right now. Server capability, I don't think this is what I care about right now. Okay, this is what the client gives me. Code action trigger kind. Oh, there we go. Response can be a command or a code action list or null, where code action is defined as follow. The diagnostics that this code action resolves. Oh, that's actually cool. Document code request. Okay, so we went past. Okay, there's a soup of types. I'm still confused. But I think it has to be the reply stuff, right? So the workspace edit thing is the important part. Okay. Here. Okay, a short human readable title for this code action. For now, I guess we want to return a single entry, like a single code action regardless. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Let's make a simplified version where we suggest to swap it with a div. No matter what it is, we swap it with a div. That works for me. Okay. So like return %. So this is not a types command, but it's types code action. And then we want this. So code action title. Replace with div. Again, super hard coded for now. Then kind. Oh god. Used to filter code actions. Empty kind. Base kind for quick fix actions. Refactor. I guess it's a quick fix. Refactor rewrite. Let's see. Convert JavaScript function to class. No, okay. It's a quick fix, I think. Base kind for source action source. Source code actions apply to the entire file. Organize input. Fix all. Custom value. I think it's quick fix. Okay, then is preferred. What does this mean? Marks these a preferred action. Preferred actions are used by the autofix command and can be targeted by key bindings. A quick fix should be marked preferred if it properly addresses the underlying error. What is it? Preferred or is preferred? Is preferred. Fuck it, true. Then disabled marks that the code action cannot be currently applied. Clients should follow the following guidelines regarding disabled code actions. Are not shown in automatic light bulbs. Are shown as faded out in the code menu when the user requests. And then the reason. Okay, so I guess in our case, what we would want to do is probably something like this. We calculate like the edit distance between the field name and the tag name that the user has added and known good values. And then if there's only one result at edit distance 1, or we couldn't choose a threshold, but like at a very low edit distance, then we can conclude that this is a preferred code action that shouldn't be disabled. And instead, what do we do if there's like showing it but disabled makes no sense in our case. I don't know. Okay, well, let's not worry about disabled. Then edit. Okay, take a look at edit. Workspace edit. Can't wait for that. Changes. Holds changes to existing resources. Document changes. Depending on the client capability, worst case, edit resource operation, blah, blah, blah. Document changes are either an array of text document edits to express changes to n different text documents, where each text document edit addresses a specific version of a text document, or it can contain above text edits mixed with create, rename, and delete file for their operations. Okay. Jesus Christ. Bro, I just want to... So I'm guessing this is like change files, and this is... I guess I just want this. Changes. Okay, it's a map from document URI to text edit. Oh shit. It's a map. Um, parser.map. Custom SD JSON. So LSP parser map. Is this public? It is. Okay. Wait, can I grab this type instead of having to make it myself, like in a reasonable way? Bro. Probably I was never able to do that, was I? I guess I can copy it from here. I guess that's the best I can do. No, wait. Wait. What method? Is there like some kind of init on it? Give me some good init. There's no good init. There's .map. Does map have any good init? Yeah, there's some good init. ZLS needs some work. Well, ZLS cannot protect you from the weirdness of LSP of the language server protocol. So, oh, sorry, you're talking about the go to definition stuff. Yeah, well, there's way too much metaprogramming for ZLS to be able to make sense of this stuff. So I can do changes equal, and then do this, and then dot map equals dot init, I think, and then we can do arena, and then we can give it. I think it wants two arrays, right? One of keys, one of values. So we can do this with doc dot. Actually, what is it? This guy. Okay, what's the edit? What's it? Oh, it contains a list of text edits. Jesus Christ. Okay. Which is actually correct. That is what we want. So it's a list of text edit. A text edit has range and new text. Range we can do request dot what is it? Position. And new text is gonna be div. Okay, let's see how we're doing then. I suspect that we have I don't believe that we got the type right away. Yeah. Ambiguous format string, F to call from a method, any to skip it. Okay, not great. Not great. Not great. Um expected type error out of memory, code action, blah blah blah, found type of null. Okay, so first of all, this is optional, I guess. Then what is the problem? We have comtime int problems, comtime print problems. Why do we have comtime print problems? No field name position in structural action params range. Range for which the command was invoked. Um, okay. And I'm actually confused. Why do we have we don't have request position, do we? We have range. Okay, so let's do range dot start, I guess. I don't understand how. I guess because the client can select stuff, but this is not gonna be this range. This is gonna be this needs to be different. Yeah, it needs to be span dot range. Okay. Okay. Then what's the next problem? Extracted type LFC type range found root of range. Fuck. Yes. Wait, this is not even pub. Well, okay. Oh, I have get range. Interesting. Okay, get range. Get range it is then. Okay, let's see. Expected type, array hash map, blah blah blah, found error out of memory. Okay. Seems that we're making progress. Error function with non-void return type implicitly returns. Yeah. Okay, so we fixed this, and now we have a printing error, which I don't understand where it's coming from. Oh, there you go. That's where it is. No. Let's pick it. What are you doing? Oh, it's complaining about stuff. And this has not been fixed, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. The something something function has an unexpected result type. God damn it. Trying to write it myself then fucked it up. But I mean, that's what it should be, right? These or no, it's one of those unions. I see. It's a union. It's not like it's not this. Okay, let's do result type. Now I get it. No field name title in union. Right. We need to add another level. So it's this and then dot code action equals, I think. Error type does not support struct initialization syntax. Bro, please. Why are you like this? Please. Slice of unions, is it? Code action. No, I don't think this is the problem. I think the problem is that the custom literal is not coercing to a slice. I think this is what's happening. Like, I think that code action is correct. It's a slice of unions. And don't forget to arena dupe the slice. Oh, God. This? You know the clarity here. I'm not sure that I don't think you guys are. Remember the docs? No, actually, I don't. Let's double check. It's either a command or oh shit. No, so my brain was not parsing this insanity that this pipe was nested in parentheses. Oh my god. So this is either it's null or a slice of code actions or commands. Okay, so we're making a slice. And the first thing is a code action. And even then, we're not okay, though. What is the problem? No field name code action in request metadata union. Because it's code action with an uppercase C. Yes. And then they don't map well to Zig's type system. They don't map well to anything that makes even remotely sense. It's like, it's... man. Okay. And like the fact, for example, look, the fact that they accept also null. Why do you have to accept also null? Why can't you just accept an empty list of these guys? Like, what is the point of making a union? Like, why are you nesting a union in a union where you could just not have this and say, dude, if you don't know what to reply with an empty fucking list. Fucking Microsoft, man. Okay, so what is the current problem now? Expected type, LSP types code action, found pointer. Okay, so this... Okay, so this is just one code action then. Okay, so this works, but the problem is that that this is a runtime slice. We're not duping it. Man, okay. Okay. Now, how do I know what to unlock? I guess I can just make a value and then dupe it, but then I know I lose all the type info. Oh god, but I guess I can do this. So we do this and then we say const, we return arena dot. Can we dupe once a single item, right? Creates, copies M to newly allocated memory. Oh, nice. So lsp dot result, well, the same thing. And then result. And that's it. Expected type, blah, blah, blah. Found optional. Dot question mark. Now the types are not going to match. Because it expected something. A slice of optionals. And they found. Okay. Fucking Microsoft, by the way, man. Motherfucking Microsoft. So you have to do STD meta child stuff. Oh no. Now we can do it like this. Look. There you go. Can't stop me. Or maybe you can. Expected type const found const. Pointer child type LSP generated union cannot cast into pointer generated type const. It's because this is expecting us to. Oh, right, because. Oh, no. Actually, I don't know what the fuck is going on. So. So this is an optional list of that weird union. This is an optional list of that weird union. So then we're saying, let's dupe. Oh. I still have to do the child stuff. Okay, I get it. Yes. So I can do this to get past the optional nest, but then I have to do the the child of this pointer. Man, is this it? Yeah, I think this is it, right? Extract the type out of memory, blah, blah, blah. Found. Okay, so we need to try. Jesus. We have it. Now watch it crash. We we pooped ourselves. It doesn't work. What do we do? Tail dash F. Why are we not printing anything? I also have this problem that I don't understand where um we don't log stuff. We should, but we don't. I'm gonna add like a straight up panic at, because I want to see the fucking panic. Oh, you know what? Maybe I toggled this off at some point. Oh yeah, I think I might have toggled this off at some point to do some testing, and then forgot to toggle it back on. Yeah, this here. Okay. Uh, Zig build. Let's look at log. Still doesn't print anything. Still does not print anything. Build options verbose logging is false. Do I not have verbose logging on in debug mode by default? Maybe that's on me. I should enable this, but otherwise default level. Okay, so which would be debug in debug. Okay, so that makes no difference. Um yeah, let's panic. Let's panic like very fast and see what happens. They just don't print anything. I think we regress something horribly. Logging log file. Setup. Call setup internal. Try folders open cache. Oh, there we go. I'm looking, I think, at the wrong thing. It's super slash. No? Yeah. It's make path super. Wait. What the fuck are we doing here? I'm trying to create a directory called super, and then I log outside of it. Who has written this code? Hey, I've been watching lots of Zig videos on YouTube lately. You mentioned an issue a while ago with Borg plus YouTube chat. Is it still a problem? Yes, it is. Although lately I haven't really seen it much. Like lately, lately everything survives for longer than it did before. The reason why I'm not investigating it, because obviously I shouldn't leave it at that, is because I'm just waiting for the new IO stuff. Like I'm not interested in diving into this implementation because it's gonna basically be replaced entirely with the new stuff. Do you think it's something with the YouTube API or Zig's HTTP client? I think it has to do with Zig's HTTP client. But as I said, the current HTTP client is is going to be replaced in its entirety. So that said, the YouTube API is S. It's not what's causing the issue, I think, but it is S. Am I enjoying improving it? Yeah. Oh, I typed it. Yeah. There you go. Thank you. So we don't do this. Let's call it log1. I just want to see if it even gets created as a file. Yeah, I'm not gonna fix that one. Oh, there we go. Now we write to this one. Is the other file that is problematic? So could it be that the fact that we have a 38 gigabyte file, that's why we're having trouble writing to it? The fact that it's 38 gigabytes might have something to do with it. But also, why is 38 gigabyte the problem? That's actually surprising. What are we doing? I'm adding proper LSP features to the SuperHTML LSP and like making it good past providing errors, like giving you auto completion, code action support, the good stuff. So why is it 38 gigabytes? Well, I can tell you why. Because when you make a debug build, it's very spammy. And I forgot to reset that file in a long time. Well, let's keep dating this one. Actually, let's see the entire thing. Oh, now it doesn't write to it anymore. The fuck? Write current stack trace. Oh, you know what it is? I think that did something change with create flags or something? If the file already exists and it's a regular file and the access mode allows writing, it will be truncated to length 0. And we don't want to do this. I think this stuff failed somehow. I don't know if this print will work. We'll see. Why not roll it? Because this is just for development purposes. Users don't have a log file normally. Or actually they do, but there's like pretty much nothing in there. And I guess the reality is that they just shouldn't. They shouldn't have anything. Are we... Wait, so... Okay, you know what? We're having some weird trouble. Let's remove this file. And let's state it again. No such file or directory, true. Okay, let's see. So we hit that panic. Okay, let's remove that panic and see what happens then. The client capabilities indicate that the something something method is not implemented, but it has been implemented in the handler. I'm not sure what this error is trying to communicate. Status disabled. The client capabilities indicate that the S method is not implemented, but it has been implemented in the handler. So I set it to on, but it's not supported by... Expected. The S method has been implemented in the handler, but the client capabilities indicate that the method is not implemented. So, okay, so, well, I feel like that this wording is a little bit misleading because, okay, the problem is we say that we support something that the client says they don't support. Okay, that's fine. Do they give us their capabilities in here? The capabilities provided by the client. Okay. So I guess it's my job to do this. Is there a way of saying, dude, if it's supported, great, or if it's not supported, fine? Yeah, I also need to do that. That part is kind of confusing though. This is I think it broke with one of the latest changes. It's about what you claim to support. So you're saying that I'm claiming to support something that I actually do not support. Okay, that makes more sense. Although the wording is still confusing. So you're saying that I guess I'm asserting that I support something that I don't. And I'm guessing it has to do with the fact that I don't have a receiver for a request to perform a code action. Because right now we happen to not ever tell the client, that we need to yeah. What method was he talking about? Um so here's what's funny. I see this and I do not see the actual panic being printed. Okay, let's fix this fucking panic thing. CLI. So this is weird though that this only works like once if LSP mode message trace return address. I guess this is the stack trace. But what about the message formatting? You just don't print message. Well, here I do. Here I do. Is LSP mode true? Yes. When we discover LSP mode being true in the main function. So we flip this. We should make this happen. And then we say, if it's not LSP mode, then it's stdr. Otherwise, we look at the open logging file that we should have open. And then we use that to, I guess, print the stack trace. But then, are we not given a stack trace? This part confuses me a little bit. So in here, log file, this one is also mutable, starts being std error, and then when setup is called, we do call setup in main, do we? Yes, we do call setup. We then set up internal, which opens a SuperHTML file, creates the file without truncating, gets the end position, seeks to the end position, and then sets the file to this file. I don't understand how create file can fail. Like it succeeds at creating a file but fails when the file already exists. This is so weird. Yeah, we just don't print there anymore. We're only able to print to it the first time, which is so weird. I delete it. Oh, and now we can't. Is this a... So I haven't really touched this code. This has to be something that has to do with the latest changes to how IO works, because otherwise I cannot imagine why this would not work. In any case, there's something weird with this whole integration. Also, why does Panic receive a message and not something that needs to be formatted? That part also I find sus. So in STD options, we do this. Wait, is it because we're not going through our Panic function? Are you creating a new writer every time you print? The writer interface does positional writes by default. Oh. Um. Well, yes. That's what changed, huh? Uh, writer streaming. Thank you. Yeah, that was it. Thank you. That was the thing that changed. Okay, let's see. Current capabilities indicate that text document completion method is not implemented, but has been implemented by the handler. Okay, so I see what you're complaining about now. So you're saying, well, you have implemented the function, but you have commented this out. So this is your issue. No. Oh wait, maybe yes, I have it rebuilt. Yeah, that was it. Okay, invalid tag name, diagnostics. Uh, actually no, diagnostic action. No, that's not it. Go to no space a perform code action. Replace with div. It didn't work. Fuck. So we have replaced with div, but it doesn't do squat. Semi success. Edit changes map, blah blah blah. I guess the problem is yeah, what even is the problem? Do I is the thing not copying these guys and it's just internalizing them or something? That's what it is, isn't it? God damn it. Is there a different init for us? Is there like an init that copies? Probably not, but array hash map with allocator. Wait, where's init? Hello? Re-init? Well, we are mem copying stuff, but this is re-init. Was it not an array hash map that we were looking at? That's what we are looking at, right? Oh god. How do we navigate to that type? lsp.types.code action, I think. Edit. Changes. Oh, you know what? Also, I don't think the map can be copied around, can it? Well, maybe yes, as long as you don't change stuff. But okay, parser map. And this was an array hash map. String array hash map unmanaged. Okay, array hash map unmanaged. Okay, so we're back here. Here's init. Calls re-init. Entries resize and copies. So no, the copy is happening. So what else are we doing wrong? Oh, you know also what it might be? It might be that we're like providing wrong stuff. When generating diagnostics, are we doing like some magic plus one by any chance? Or minus one? Load file. Load file. For each error, we just call get range. Yeah. So no, it's the same get range. We don't do anything else, and it's based on the error main location. So this should work because it prints the error in the right place. Hmm. Deleted it. Deletes it. Okay, what if instead of this, we were doing this? Dot range. Let's hard code this and see what happens. There's no row. Is it line? It's line and character. Oh god. Okay. So it worked. So it means that we're giving out as information. But this is span. Span is error main location. But it should be correct. Well, we got a ton of spam. Oh, there we go. Code action span. Start 2 and 8. Line 1, character 1, and line 1, character 7. Yes, we can hard code this even. Line 1, character 1, and line 1, character 7. So we hard code that. It works. Okay, this is a textbook UB problem. Somehow something doesn't get copied as it should. I think this init is fucking with us, or oh no, wait. No, that has to be it, right? Yes, that's what it is. Oh, I just realized. Look at this. There's a double pointer. So this pointer gets mem copied. Why are the values pointers? LSP types, code action. Why are these guys pointers? So workspace edit. Yeah, okay, it's a slice. That's why. Right. Oh God. Okay. Oof. Jesus. Const edits equals try GPA well arena dot dupe. What do we dupe in the arena? Dupe wants a type and the thing to dupe. lsp dot type dot types dot text edit. Yeah. And this is the slice they want to dupe. And then like this. No, like this. What is the problem? Oh. Let's see who made it work. Expected type const types text edit found. There you go. There you go. We fixed it. Holy shit. We have a code action that suggests to replace every unknown tag to a div. So here's also what we should do. We should say that when we do this, we need to also, if there's a matching end tag, like if this element has an end tag, we also want to change that. Also, there's no LSP feature that allows you to do stuff like, oh no, wait, symbol renaming. That would be what allows us to do that, right? Space R should allow us to rename a tag similarly in the same way. Okay, so that means that we need an algorithm that finds this element for us, identifies the closing tag, if any, and also renames that one as well. Oof, this thing is pain, ass and pain and ass. Turbo ass, turbo pain, turbo ass. God damn it, man. Okay, let's make it better. So how do we make this stuff any better? To be honest, we can do this at this point. I think, oh no, but we need span here. So let's do it. It's fine. what should be our next step? I think we should implement the find also the closing tag and so just to replace it, if that's the case. So here in edits, I think it shouldn't be like a dupe. It should be more like we alloc two of these guys and then we slice if the second one doesn't pan out. So should we do const? Yeah, const edits equals try arena dot alloc lsp dot types dot text edit, two of them. Then we do edits 0 is this. And then it works this way. Const has let's see, const end tag, closing tag. And it's an optional what? Super.html dot actually is it tokenizer dot tokenizer dot token dot span? I don't know. Where did I stuff span? Root. Okay, super dot span. Okay, and the idea is that we try to find this span. And if we do, then great. If we don't, then we return null, I guess. So if the error kept track of which node it belongs to be honest, actually, we wouldn't need to do any of this search. You know, it would be even simpler. It would be definitely even simpler. Also, these should go in here. Only if we find a match, we do the allocation. This can go here. There you go. Okay, let's see if we can associate this with the error. So here an error has a tag. It can be either a token in case of a token error, or it can be an AST. And it has a main location. So we can do node IDX. So we can give it also a node index. And then now forces us to provide this information every time we create an error. So for example, here, start self, HTML elements can close. This is going to be, main location is going to be tag name. Oh shit, do we know the index for this guy? When are we going to append this node? Here we're creating a node for it. Current IDX tells us. And we increment it every time we add things. Well, hopefully it pans out. So here we do that as well. duplicate attribute name. Missing end tag. Okay. No, actually, in this case, this has to be 0, I guess. Oh, I guess we can see what happens. Okay. Finalize 3. Missing end tag. Okay. Hopefully this works out. Okay, so if we have node index, then we can do this. We have the node, and with this we do I don't remember what's in a node. Kind. Span. Covering start tag. Diamond brackets included. Close. Span covering end tag. Diamond brackets included. Unset status is represented by start and end equals 0. Not set for doc type, element void, and element self-closing. Yeah. We can ask if is closed. But that's not exactly it. I guess our point is that um hmm. I guess we care if kind is element. Kind has to be element. Actually, we should assert no. If kind is element, let's go do that. Okay. And then we say so. Okay, it does have a closing element, closing thing, but we need to grab the name. How do we grab the name only? I guess we need a tag iterator. Start tag iterator. No. But I guess we can do some math. We can say we skip 2 bytes at the beginning, we skip 1 byte at the end, and then this is it. That's gonna be our span. I think we can do this even easier. We just skip 1. So if no dot end is no dot closing tag, or what was it called? Close. So if end dot start is lower than 1, or end dot end lower than 1, actually lower than 2, otherwise we do get range. Actually, it's not like lower than 1. It's and if end dot start is greater than end dot end, we're going to closing, or just close, I guess. Start and end. If close to start is greater or greater than close end minus 2, or close dot end is lower than 2, something like this, I think. Start plus 1, and then end equals close dot end minus 1. Missing start field node IDX 544. Fuck. Replace 1 with that, but not the second one. We need logging. No, I think it's better this way. Okay, yeah, what are we doing wrong? I took out the other logging, but I guess we should log this. Although we actually don't even know if we are gonna enter here or gonna fail sooner, but I guess we can, at least we can do this, I guess. Hello, hello. Okay, replace with div. Let's see what we do wrong. Yeah, look, there's no equal sign. We're just not entering. We're not going this deep. That's a problem. So let's put this here. And let's see what prints and doesn't print. And the answer is that probably a lot of stuff is just not gonna print. Replace with div. Look for the equal signs. There we go. We don't print shit. Okay, so we are not entering things. Does not IDX start with 1? No, it starts at 0. But 0 is the root node. And it's a special case. So first, what happened? Okay, so first we test the node kind. And then we need to check the close tag. Okay, and this is gonna be what we used to see. No word. What? Are you serious? This error has index 0. I guess because we need to do +1. Oh no. Let's start at the top. But you print a new one. Wait a second. Okay, so how does it work? Current index starts at 0. Then we print a new one. And we set current. What does current start at? The 0. Also for root, we set it to itself twice, basically. Wait a second. Current EDX should say 1, maybe? No, because otherwise we would have built this all wrong. And we definitely did not do that. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm a little bit confused. Let's say that we decide to append multiple doc type elements one after the other. So what does that mean? Oh, you know what? This switch has a fall through. Man, these old switches with fall through are a horrible idea. I I can't wait to switch this to something better. Where is it that we are? So here we are finalizing the 3. Okay. Here we see. Wait, where the heck are we incrementing current index? So here, like, we are navigating, fine, but where do we increment it? I would expect every call to append to increment it somehow. Well, somehow. I mean, I expect every call to append to also increment it, but we did not do that earlier. Here we're not doing it. Oh no, there we go. Here's where we're doing it. Okay, it's based on this. Although oh, I see why. We need the old value, and then we need to compute the new one, and then we need to set it again. So in this case, this is where we increase it. And we increase it right before the nodes append. So yeah, we need to do +1. I think we need to do +1 in all of those. Then here we do the increment. So here we do this. Here we do the increment. And so now here it has been incremented. And so now we don't increment it anymore, I believe. So I could move this downwards so that we don't have to do the +1. We can put this after here so that current index has been updated. But there's still these errors that are problematic. So like at least 1 + 1 needs to be present. Okay. There you go. And now we do div. Now we turn that banana into a div. So if they match, we replace both of them. If they don't match, we only replace one, which, I mean, I think it's reasonable behavior. This seems reasonable to me. This seems reasonable behavior. Okay, so we are fixing a tag name, and we are correctly fixing also its sibling. So this has been implemented. This has been implemented, at least a form of it. I guess we should implement also rename. We should be rename tags, I think. So the idea is you can do this on any tag element, any tag name, even if it doesn't have an associated error. And then you can rename it. That's the idea, basically. Even if it's not a code action. Oh, at the same time, also, we haven't really implemented this. Like, we have replaced with div. We don't have replaced with something better than div. Like, if you typoed a element name, I think we should also allow you to do that. Also, oh, what if it's self-closing? Or like it's void? Let's see. Banana. But then we self-close. Place with div. Okay, but the subclosing doesn't help us. Yeah, actually it doesn't matter. Okay, symbol rename, I would say. It's the next one. So we don't need this logging anymore. Let's see. So code action provider, completion provider. What are the other capabilities? What's the name of this stuff? Folding range, document symbols, semantic tokens, inline value, inline hint, moniker. Okay, what's a moniker? Language server, blah, 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 introduces the concept of symbol monikers to help associate symbols across different indexes. This request has capability for LSP server implementations to provide the same symbol moniker information given a text document position. What is a moniker? Dude, you have to explain what is a moniker. Like, oh, we invented this new concept that helps associate symbols across different indexes. What does that even mean? Okay, let's go to rename symbol. Rename. The rename request is sent from the client to the server to ask the server to compute a workspace change so that the client can perform a workspace-wide rename of a symbol. Yeah, in this case, it's not really that complicated, but okay, so client capability, property name, text document.rename. Property type, rename client capabilities defines as follows. Okay, rename client capabilities, dynamic registration, prepare support default behavior, honors, change annotations. Server capability, property rename optional, rename provider, property type boolean or rename options. Rename options may only be specified if the client states that it supports prepare support in its initialize. I don't know what prepare support is supposed to be, so we don't care. And don't you like when your booleans need to be wrapped into a boolean case of a union? I love it. Okay, request method text document rename. Let's go. Formatting, code action. So I'm gonna copy this. We do it below the code action. So rename. Rename parents, the document, the position, the new name of the symbol. If the given name is not valid, the request must return a link response error with an appropriate message set. Okay. So let's see. Well, I guess we know some of this stuff, huh? Grab the doc, grab the offset, and now we need given an offset to find a corresponding element. So here's what I'm going to do, I think. I'm going to look at the opening byte, at the start byte of the offset. I'm really not interested in position to index request. Actually, request is not going to be a position, right? It's going to be a range, I guess. No, it has a position. Okay. So we have a position that gives us an okay, so it's a single position. We get an offset out of it. Then we need to start scrolling through the AST until we find a element node where either the start tag or the closing tag matches, and then we rename both. But what happens with, for example, unmatched closing tags? What do they become in the AST? I bet you that unmatched closing tags don't become anything in the AST. If that's the case, that's kind of bad. Let's see. There we go. Erroneous end tag. Yep. If we have an erroneous end tag, we don't make a node for it. Ouch. But what does that mean? That we can look at erroneous end tag errors. That's where we're gonna find our erroneous end tags. Okay, so it's not a problem if they're not in the tree, because we can find them there. So find erroneous end tags in the error list. Maybe that's where we should start. It's the cheaper search. It is it is the cheaper search. And actually, any error, you know what? Any error that has an associated node that matches, any error that has an associated node that matches will give us the answer that we want, because errors contain node indices. So that's actually really, truly the thing that we want to do first. And also here, main IDX. So here also I lied, because my node IDX should be 0. Okay, so let's see. The first question is, if this is a erroneous end tag, if it is an erroneous end tag, or like a spurious end tag, then we check directly from the error. If it is not, for example, what happens if I do this? Oh shit, it's still an erroneous end tag. Oh shit, look at the code being wrong. Look what happens now. Missing end tag. Why do you think there's a missing end tag? Oh, because we eat this banana. But if we put it here, then... Uh-oh, what happens if I do this now? Holy shit. Okay. That's actually amazing behavior. No complaints. Mm, so if it's an erroneous end tag, then we check the range. We check the range, and if we match the range, then this is what we change. I think it needs to be, we need to have the same system, I think. Well, no, sorry, this, I mean. I guess in this case, we actually alloc 1. And then edit 0 is going to be, I guess, something like this. Var edits and then here we modify edits. We set it to this. Something along these lines. We have edits out there no matter what. Sorry, an empty reference. Then we say in here, okay, we did find this. So const span equals error.span. I need this outside. So if it's an erroneous end tag, then we look at its span directly and we check for it matching, and we say, okay, if we do match, then we wait a second. What even do wait, how does the reply work from a rename request? So wait a second. The request, okay, the request will have a information about the document, the new name, okay, the new name of symbol. If the given name is not valid, blah blah blah. Okay, what is the response? A workspace edit or null? Okay, the heck is a workspace edit? Okay, it's the one where we only put changes in it. Okay. So this is correct. What we're doing right now is correct. Okay, so we then suggest to do this, and we do a request dot, what is it? New name. Okay. So in this case, this is it, and we break. Otherwise, if this did not happen, then we say if error.node is different than 0, well, actually, if it's equal to 0, we continue. Otherwise, we look at the node, and then we start looking at open and closing tags of the node, and then we do the allocations accordingly. The testing and the allocations accordingly, like we did in the other case. Man, LSPs are so fun. So const node equals also this is node idx doc.html dot nodes at node idx. Okay. So here we need to switch node.kind, because we could have been asked to apply a rename on a variety of things. Somebody could try to rename a doc type. We don't do anything. Somebody could have asked to rename rename an element void, an element self-closing, a comment, or a text. We don't do anything for comment and text. We only do elements basically with this functionality, I would say. You could just change the word. Yeah, but I mean, why is somebody using the LSP rename symbol functionality to change a word in the text? That seems weird. You should not be doing that. So, and I think that if that's what you're doing, then you probably, you were like, you by mistake, like your cursor is pointing where it's not where you think it is. Basically, have you met VS Code users? Okay, so we return now otherwise. Okay, if it's an element, we need to do opening and closing. So we need to do this, but we allocate 2. And then we need to also set len, maybe. No, we don't have to set len because we can change the slice. We can modify the slice. Okay. So we create 2, and then we say opening tag. It's a span. Covers, start tag, diamond brackets included. Oh, you know also what I'm doing wrong now that I think about it? Look what I'm doing horribly wrong. Let's return to the banana situation. Look what happens. Look at this unfortunate situation. Okay, never mind. For this one is actually correct what I'm doing. Cool. I thought I was way dumber than this. I'm not that dumb. So I implemented this correctly. Okay, but now since we don't have the error range that can help us, now when we get a node opening tag, well, an opening span, we need to parse inside of it. We need a start tag iterator, and we need to iterate until we find the name. So we need to make a tag iterator. So here's how it goes. So start tag iterator. So I can do node.start tag iterator. I need to pass in source language. That makes a tokenizer. And what does it give me? Oh, delicious. It gives us the name span. And then it gives us also a tokenizer so we can call next on it. This is delightful. Okay, so we do node.start tag iterator. Doc.source. Doc.language. et. And then, so this gives us, we were saying, a tag iterator that has the name span. Perfect. So we do get range of it.name span. And then we pass in the new name. Perfect. Then if we can ask it to node. Node has is closed. If is closed, but we know that it's an element node, so we can do if node.close.end is different than 0, so it has a closing tag, then we can deal with the closing tag. Let's do it like this. If it is 0, then we say edits equals edits 0.1, and we break. Otherwise, we continue. And we say basically this. Where is it? Close is node.close. And actually, we covered this already basically with this, so never mind. Oh, new text. New text is gonna be std fmt unlock print arena /s request.new text. New name. Pretty cool. Okay. So let's see our implementation with element for now. So at the end, we need to return some ungodly thing like this. Document rename. Not a code action. Oh, right. Now it's a different type. It's a single workspace edit. Oh. It's a single workspace edit that contains changes. So it's this. I don't know if the S is uppercase or not. Something like this. And the thing is, we don't need to. This is not a list, I believe. I think it's a single element. It's a single workspace edit. And I guess we can return it as is. Now watch me be way too optimistic about this. no field name span. Yeah, it's main location. Cannot assign to constant. What happened? Wait, no, this is range. Wait, 340. What does cannot assign to constant mean? Oh, this. Self-closing, I guess. Okay. No field name workspace edit in LSP types workspace edit. Oh. Wait, are you saying that it's not completely insane, the type this time? Jesus. So we have something here because we are now able to find nodes that have errors in them. But this is not all. So this is some functionality, but okay, so if I try to do space rename, this is not gonna work. But look at, so in theory, if I do this, if I have a duplicate attribute name, now this node is in the error list. And I can do rename. And I can change it to banana. And it works because we find it. We find it in the error list. So the error list is a nice cheat because it allows you to not have to navigate the tree. But obviously, it has limited utility. It works, for example, in this case also because now we have an invalid tag name. So we're going to find it, like, in a sense, even sooner. So instead of the code action, we can do rename to span, and it works. But it really relies hard. We need an error in this thing for now. So, I mean, this works. No complaints. It's good. Which version of Zig are you using? I'm using the unstable builds of master branch, which are currently tagged 015-dev. Okay. So we have this. Let's continue implementing support for all the other cases then. So we need to deal with these other guys here. So let's see. If it's a void tag. If it's a void tag, basically we want to do this. If it's a void tag, we want to actually allocate only one. And then we want the start tag iterator, and then we want to just grab the name. And then element self-closing is the same, actually, like in both cases. There you go. And so, okay. So all these cases are now taken care of. Now we need the case where we're not, like, looking into errors, the case where we are navigating the tree. So I guess we can say if edits.len. Actually, you know what? Also, here's what we can do. So in this case, we break. In this case, we continue. In this case, we return null. So if there was a match, here we return null. Here we break. So we're breaking the for loop. Here we are not breaking the for loop. This is a problem. So we also want to break. Here we are not breaking the for loop. Also we want to break. And I think what we want to do is add an else case to the for loop where we say, okay, we looped over everything. But what if, so no match found in the error list. Must navigate the AST. Okay, so we navigate the AST. And then here's the thing. We navigate the AST, but then we have to do this work here. So I think that in reality, this is a special case where we set the edits. But normally I think that what we would want this for loop to give us is a node, so that we run this algorithm on the node. And this is a special case of that. So I guess we don't put edits outside. We do const node idx equals this. Here we don't do break, but we do an actual return. Like we return this stuff. We return this stuff with edits. Here we continue. And then here we break with this. And then this part all goes outside. Well, not exactly outside. It goes, yeah, no, it goes in the outside. Okay, here goes the semicolon. Here's the node IDX. And I think here we can do var edits. Yeah. Why not undefined? I'm assuming you mean here. Is because I might want to test this for being equal to, for it to be empty. I don't know. I need to see. Let me see. Here we return null. Here we do set it all the time. So here we do set it all the time. So you're right. This could very well be undefined. Okay. Here we can also do this. Get rid of some boilerplate. Okay. So what are we missing now? Well, we're missing the else branch, and then I need to fix up this code down here. Okay, so well, Maybe let's do the fix-ups first, I guess. There's no break. There's a, well, no. We need a break. Break BLK. This is not needed here. This is not needed here because we did. That's implicitly what the switch does. Oh, right. You can't put it here. It needs to be here. I guess. There we go. Okay, so we're missing what happens in the else branch. In the else branch, does the AST have an iterator? I guess the first question that I should ask is, do we have a AST iterator? We have a cursor. I don't know what that does. I guess I'll have to learn again how my stuff works. We have render. How does render work, for example? This guy has to run through the AST. While true, switch direction, exit, current kind, completions, next sibling, parent, child. Okay, let me think about it. What's in a node? Because a node doesn't contain, let's see. A node tells us where it begins and where it ends through its tags. So that means that we want to go look at child nodes as long as I think it's fine if we don't have the best algorithm. It just needs to be like working. So I guess I look at a node and then I say, well, are we in its start tag? If yes, this is the node. Are we in its end tag? If it has one. If yes, this is the node. Are we between these two things? If yes, then we navigate to its children. If not, we go to its sibling. And that's our algorithm, I think. Not optimal, but functioning. So var start is going to be doc.html.nodes at 1. Also, we need also like an exit condition for this. If doc.html.nodes.len is lower than 2, return null. There's nothing for us to do. Okay, we are going to have a start node. Well, let's say current actually. So while true, we do actually while current different than we do pointers. Should we do indices? Yeah, let's do indices. While current index is different than 0, we do n equals doc.html.nodes at per idx. And now we test if we are in the which of the four cases we're in. So does it have a closing tag, and are we in the closing tag? So if cur dot if n dot close dot end different than 0, test end tag. So if this is the case, then we found a match. And we need to break this outer loop. So this is the end tag test. Then we do the open tag test, which is actually the same thing, and we can do earlier. We can do even earlier. Yeah. So if open.start and open.end, and we're there. Otherwise, if n dot open dot end is lower or equal offset, and n dot close dot start is greater than offset. Hello, Andrew. Then we do cur idx equals no dot first child idx. Does it have that? What do they have? It does have first child idx. Why does the ELS not want to cooperate? Also, what is this semicolon? Wait, we want semicolon after statement? Do we? Oh no, it's because here we have a spurious curly. Okay. So we go inside. Otherwise, I guess else. Cur idx equals n dot next. There you go. And this should be the navigation for us. Okay, let's see how we do. Modes. Incompatible types U32 and void. And void. No, what do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? Accepted type U32 found void. Huh? Oh, I'm guessing it's because of the while loop. What do we do otherwise? Oh, I guess we don't really. Oh, I see. We don't really have to break in this sense. We just have to break normally, I think. And then at the end, we want to do this break VLK for IDX. Okay, let's see how we fare now. Space rename to. Why is it suggesting div? This is interesting. This is Helix doing this. It's not the LSP. Divanana. It does become Divanana. So this one span becomes a paragraph. Let's do some closing tags. Sorry, let's do void tags. EMG becomes link. Oh shit, wait, no. What the fuck happened? No. Almost there. So wait, what? Space rename to EMG link. Why is it renaming? Why is it matching the guy up top? Oh no. Why? Okay. Void tags are not okay. Let's see what else. So this was working, right? What if I do it on the end tag? It works. I would say not bad. So this is not bad so far. What is wrong with this image stuff? So, okay, so this is working right now. Oh no. Okay, so errors are like grabbing stuff that they shouldn't. I have wrong conditions set on matching an error. Let's see. Oh, you know this? You see this? I think yeah, look at this. Obviously, this is dumb. So we're not checking for this. We want to check for this anyway. In a sense, we check for this first. So first we check for this. First we check for a matching span. Then we say, okay, if this special case, then we do this. Otherwise, we do this. Here we go. Not bad. That's the name of a child. Yes. You know also what we should do? We should have a class of errors that doesn't prevent us from formatting. Right now we refuse to format every time there is any error, but actually there are, like, for example, invalid tag name, that shouldn't prevent us from auto formatting. In any case, let's change this to div auto format. Change this to section. Oh shit. Doesn't work. So yes, we have some more fucked up math. What is happening? So this is the go to child case where we don't seem to be going to child. Let's see. If the end of the open tag is lower than the offset and the start of the closing tag is bigger than offset, then we navigate to the child. So when I removed the else, I was thinking of being cool. Instead, it's just being dumb. And this here should be unreachable. This is the correct way. Okay, thank you. You caught the last silly mistake that I made, I think. Oh shit, or not. Or maybe it's worse. What? Server exited? Reach unreachable code. Yeah, right. It's not unreachable. I mean, okay. My excuse is that I'm tired. Okay, let's go. Come on, man, Helix, please. Please don't do this to me. There we go. Zig build. Paychecks. There we go. Honestly, this language server is starting to look pretty sweet. Pretty sweet, I would say. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So we have this. So we have rename symbol. Try rename a child from a closing tag. Yes, let's do it. There you go. We have it. And let's try an erroneous end tag. Okay, like a bunch of garbage. Like we're doing real bad. So here we have missing end tag. Can I rename? Rename to equal sign. No. Can I rename? Yeah. It has renamed. It only renamed this guy. Here. Oh. With this, it hasn't renamed anything. Okay, so interesting. So this is not an erroneous end tag. This is a nested error because we think we have garbage inside this tag still that we haven't closed. So that's why we are unable to rename it. And that is fine. But if we have this, which is just an erroneous end tag, then we can still do this and it works. Cool. Not bad. I would say not bad. So what did we do here? We added support for code actions. Let's look at the, no, let's look at the diff. We added code action provider, rename provider, and also completion provider. Right, we have completion provider, but we don't, we actually don't do those. Okay. No, you know what? Let's just leave it at that. Not bad. Man, we made a ton of progress and it was so easy. I should have done this earlier. So what do we have next? We need element nesting errors. And then we have more like also auto formatting stuff. So you know what? I'll remove these guys that we did. So element nesting errors, suggest tags. Right. We are not doing so in the end we were doing a lot of work because of all the prerequisites, but we started by thinking of suggesting tags. So we're gonna get there. Allow new lines in auto formatting. Better attribute auto formatting. Yeah. Also fix spaces. Okay, we did good. We really did good. I think this is it for me today. But tomorrow we are gonna work through more of this stuff and make the LSP so much better, man. Okay, so with this, I think I will bid you all farewell. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, you know what?